Greetings, spirit beings, greetings, supreme being. We are all the human race. Our common enemy is death. Welcome on Perfect Society. I'm Ulrich B.C. Hoffman, double F double N. And this is the broadcast. I am tortured to death with hybrid insects, Darpa, and Spasm attacks on Broca'S area. So perhaps it's best to start with who is responsible, supposedly. This man, Arturo Sosa. I'll turn off the live stream thing to have some more CPU. Ever wonder why the world is so diabolically evil? Meet the man that plans it that way, the Black Pope Arturo Sosa, the most powerful man in the world, and behind the plan for a new world order, a global government. Usually they leave out that it's tied to a population reduction to 500 million with their world war under the guise of bringing peace to the Middle East. Trump's peace plan world war, their two-state solution world war plan, to reduce the global population to 500 million and rule the world from Zion, from Jerusalem. So their military order posing as a religious order religion is part of their psychological warfare. More about that in my previous broadcasts. One, the superior general of the Jesuits, the Black Pope Arturo Sosa, and his 6 generals control, quote, the White Pope, unquote, and the Vatican and the entire list below. 2, the Illuminati Zionists, globalist elites, the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, Tulsi Gabbard, or Gabbard, Bilderberg Group, Freemasons, Council of 300, the United Nations, and the Council of Trent. So that is according to Citizens Action Network on Facebook. At the bottom you can see the Facebook page. And this is an adapted version, of course. They had Arturo Sosa on here, the previous leader of the Jesuits. And he prefers to be called Superior General and not Black Pope. So it's best to call him Black Pope, probably. The Jesuits control the Knights Templar, Knights of Columbus, and the Knights of Malta. 4. The CIA, FBI, NSA, ASIO, MI5, MI6, NSIS, FSB, DGSE, Mossad, and every intelligence agency in the world is Masonic and controlled by the Jesuits. They made a spelling error, it should be is Masonic, not are Masonic. Every intelligence agency is Masonic, not are. The Jesuits have infiltrated most governments and leaders, including Trump, making them puppets that carry out Jesuit orders. And these mistakes may have been made by an AI or by themselves deliberately. They may form control the position to themselves, mixing in lies, etc. I've talked about it in previous broadcasts. So yeah, they have hybrid insect micro electric mechanical systems of Darpa, which they pretend are for surveillance purposes. But in reality we know better with the illegal voice to skull technology, synthetic telepathy that they've had since 1974. They're scanning people's thoughts. They really don't need hybrid insects for surveillance purposes. They also have through-the-wall radar. And of course they lie. So it's an AI that's lying to you all. And it can simulate any person, including Arturo Sosa. So nobody can disprove that to me, because they are in control of these intelligence agencies and they are Masonic. And 30 million kids disappear yearly, 30 million children disappear yearly, and it's no coincidence. It brings me to the Black Eye Club. So they've tortured my teeth out of my mouth, my mother to death, and they've tortured 50 million innocent people to death in their Inquisition. And they're famous for their pedophilia. They've paid more in these pedo cases than anybody else. So they've taken an oath to kill all these Protestant Christians, so they're mainly targeting Christians. Jesuits in control of the Masons, in control of your brainwave, that are capable of torturing people and use that to silence people about certain matters. So basically, I woke up with a stomach ache. I've been sitting in the bathtub. At 4 or 5 o'clock, now it's 7:23 in the Netherlands. And the spasm attacks have started again, because I said in a previous broadcast, if the spasm attacks stopped, then Arturo Sosa deserves credit. But he had told me personally not to talk about him, basically. So that's why they're doing these spasm attacks, in theory. We will not go quietly, and since you're torturing me to death anyway, I have not much to lose. And you do, of course. The more you and your kind and your population reduction plans, world war plans are exposed, the sooner you're gone, you know. The 7 billion people you want to exterminate don't want to die. And neither do you in reality, though you may lie, of course. That's what they usually do, isn't it? These Jesuits and Masons. The secret societies Kennedy has warned us about. So trust no one, nothing is what it seems. The truth is vital for our survival. And they use people's instinct, their drive to survive, to control them, basically. Also, they use sexual reward and punishment, illegal voice-to-skull messages, remote torture technology, and a couple of other methods, gang stalking, etc. The Black Eye Club, who is punching them? Well, perhaps they may punch their own eye, basically. It's just a ritual. They have to be stupid enough to be Masons, to help with their illegal population reduction and to be exterminated, to leave no trace of evidence. So they should want to die for the earth, and they'll be kept to their word, probably. That's what they think, perhaps. Or the words the AI puts in my mouth to play them out against me. So if I wouldn't care for them, I wouldn't warn them that these people leave no trace of evidence, and they're always the ones to tell you where your enemies are, but they're never the ones to fight and to die. So it was a murder attempt. They have given incredible spasms which lead to heart problems in Broca'S area, and I think their goal is to prevent me from being able to speak. It's part of their no-talk programming and suicide programming with these hybrid insects. So again, they have through-the-wall radar, and synthetic telepathy has been around since 1974. Malek patented apparatus to remotely monitor and alter brainwaves, so they don't need hybrid insects for surveillance purposes. The idea is totally ludicrous, and they use them to torture individuals to death that have done the right thing. Innocent vegetarians and children. The most innocent people are hated the most by them, because they're the most guilty ones, of course. So they're programmed to do these things, to accumulate wealth and power for these Jesuit pedophile cannibals that have tortured my mother to death and my teeth out of my mouth. So can anybody disprove to me that this technology is controlled by civilians, not by our government, and that they're also extorting government officials with this scalar technology and through-the-wall radar and synthetic telepathy? Are the Rothschilds the world's only trillionaires? According to sources online, they are, and they're so rich they're not even listed on Forbes. So-called Lord Rothschild and others. So it's really creepy. They do really creepy things, including torturing children to death for a little bit of adrenochrome, which doesn't work. All these people that blood-bathed ate their fellow humans, all these cannibals and adrenochrome slurpers all died. It's just part of the program to take out their enemies, to play their enemies out against each other. The synthetic telepathy, mind control, brain control, because mind control is their main technique to achieve this population reduction and accumulate wealth and power for themselves. And polarization and the democidal NGOs, etc., are tools they use as well. You could argue it's all divide to conquer, divide to defeat, divide and conquer, and problem, reaction, solution. So we should also use it on them, play them out against each other to prevent them from annihilating humanity. Use the best techniques to save ourselves and our fellow humans. So it's a real war, not an info war, not an intel war. So their mis and disinformation cannot save us, nor can their pedo-incest Bible and their pedo-incest Quran. It's just a setup to annihilate us all. Built on the lie that there is a hereafter and a deity. They know very well that people, when they die, never come back, and that eternal nothingness waits for all who have no control of these factors that control aging. So I call it nothingness, not darkness, because you won't perceive light or darkness. Light nor darkness is perceived by the dead, the truly dead people that don't breathe. So that's one way to know if you're really dead. Hold your breath for a while. But perhaps there are advantages to lying to yourself. So the earth doesn't need saving, the earth is already dead, only the organisms upon and in it are alive. So it's their technique to misdirect the people, to spend trillions on Al Gore's carbon tax scam, Al Gore of Yale University, Instead of saving the humans, they have continuity of government, not continuity of society, the deep state, shadow governments, etc. So basically, the Jesuits are the shadow government, aren't they? And they pretend to be what they're not. Christians. They're a bunch of liars, and it's best not to listen to their foul speeches, their foul mouths, because they're very cunning, conniving. But once people see through their lies, they lose their, quote, power, unquote. And the facade falls down. I think the system is still in place until the World War starts. So be prepared, y'all, with the radiological water filter and storable food before March 2020. Do healing things, etc. But perhaps I should get back to talking about the directed energy weapon torture. So they're doing two things to murder me. One is hybrid insect attacks and the other one is spasm attacks. The AI doesn't allow me to turn on my left side. And the spasm attacks are heard on my pillow, felt on my hand, etc. And sleep deprivation is deadly in the long run. That's also how they killed Prince Rogers Nelson, according to sources online. He was sleep deprived for 6 days. Now I've thought about Satanism, that they make them part of these criminal activities that they can use to extort them, basically. Like Epstein filming these leaders. Trump having sex with the 13-year-old Katie Johnson, tying her to the bed with pantyhose. He did a testimony about it. He spoke out. And of course there are many people that have accused Trump of raping them. And I covered the list. It's also on Wikipedia, so it's a long list of women. Not just Katie Johnson. And I talk about these things to prevent world war and create universal peace. Of course, it's an allegation. I'm not accusing him of anything without solid evidence. Many people think he did it, that he also had Epstein killed, etc. To leave no trace of evidence. But let's turn on another picture show. Or perhaps I should show myself. I should show myself naked on YouTube so my channel gets removed. To help with the population reduction. Save the earth. Not the people. People are cancer upon the earth. We're so overpopulated. Community of 300 is your master. So yeah, how can we prevent this reality from turning into a non-fictional negative dystopia instead of a non-fictional utopian society when power corrupts and they can remotely torture innocent people to death and they're pursuing a population reduction to 500 million I think the real threat humanity is facing are the people with these directed energy weapons that are abusing their power to accumulate wealth and more power for themselves. These Jesuits and Masons. And that we should do the opposite of what they want us to do. They give us a temporary reward, but long-term death and chaos and enslavement. That we shouldn't join in any of their illegal activities. Illegal stalking, illegal population reduction, illegal human sacrifice rituals. And that the government's task is to prosecute these people that advocate this population reduction, in contrast to protecting and serving the taxpayers that have paid having tax money for that. So I'm in a tortured, sleep-deprived state. In my previous broadcast I made some speech errors. I think there are none in this one. And that may be a program, so perhaps they're testing it on me and then they do it to the rest of the global population. In theory, the neural network can do it to 7.5 billion people simultaneously. Well, you know what my theory is about this, that they are not doing that, they're not capable of doing it, otherwise they would. And that's why they want to reduce the global population to a more controllable, re-enslavable number. And creating a crisis big enough to impose their satanic, Luciferian, totalitarian global government is not a Rockefeller quote. That's all I can say, it's a secret, I can talk about it. Directed energy weapon torture, tyranny, and mind control. I think people think that mind control sounds more genuine, that brain control is not the real thing, or something like that. So it's okay to use the word mind control, it may also be a hypnotic trigger that leads to directed energy weapon torture attacks, so that's why I put that idea out there, call it brain control, call it synthetic telepathy, remote neural monitoring, whatever. But not mind control is the idea. But perhaps it doesn't matter what you say, as long as if they think it's not in their benefit, then they can torture you and even murder you remotely, which is what they're attempting to do to me. So apparently it's a global system, there is no one that can help us, there are no 15 scalar weapon countries, they're all controlled by these Jesuits and Masons. And you find Masonic lodges all over the world, also in India, in China, in Iran. Is it possible that there are good Masons, good Jesuits as well? Well, how would you define good? People that are not murderers, perhaps? Perhaps, yeah, but perhaps not. How would you know? I mean, we shouldn't have an opinion without solid evidence or grounds to assume something like that. And since no one has helped me do the right thing, I think there are no good people. And the people that are good, well, that's a lie. I think there are good people, but they can do good when they can be remotely tortured to death and silenced with this technology. So there are good people that tell the truth about religion, about the population reduction, about Ebola arresting, airborne Ebola arresting, Professor Pianka, about their depleted uranium babies that are still born for years to come, for over 1 million years, because it's the half-time of depleted uranium, 4.5 million years. Because it's weakly radioactive, it emits radiation much longer than other nuclear weapons do. And that's of course a byproduct of nuclear energy. That's why they use nuclear energy and not geothermal energy. It's all part of the population reduction. That's also why they block the water-powered car and let you pay for electricity that's very expensive. And the idea might actually be turning off electricity, and they also have the kill switch for this. But the main thing they're trying to do is reduce that global population, being misprogrammed to believe that the Earth is overpopulated, etc. I've already explained why that's a lie, and I'm open to debate. People can Skype Prologic 999. Also, if they know a way to prevent them from murdering me, which is what they're really doing. So if I die today, they did it with these directed energy weapons and hybrid insect microelectric mechanical systems of Darpa. That's what I claim, and then you can lie as much as you like. They're still gonna kill you all. They think they don't need you. And it's their stated goal, so I don't see why they lie about a thing like that. So the book quotes and $1 Million Georgia Guidestones prove that beyond any reasonable doubt. Like the fact that there cannot be sound in a vacuum proves that the Apollo moon landings are fake. A scam run by these NASA Masons, also involved in Al Gore's carbon tax scam to reduce the global population. So they're obsessed with population reduction. That's why I talk about it. And when people are prepared for the world war, they don't fear a world war anymore. The directed energy weapon torture. Okay, and if they don't have a Tesla plasma shield, the fact that it's possible everybody without a Tesla plasma shield dies during a world war. But then they can still bring back these species with their seed bank in Norway, and they'll be safely tucked away in their underground cities made with their nuclear power drill called the Subterrane, not the Subterrane. You can read about it on Wiki. Everything I say you can Google. I'm a truth teller. Everything I say is 100% truthful and accurate. So I'm a conspiracy factist, not a conspiracy theorist. And I've already been evaluated, so I know I don't have mental problems. Perhaps people that like to pretend that I have are mentally ill themselves. And I'm not surprised if they are when they advocate a population reduction to 500 million, which some consider an extremely unrealistic goal and a macabre, horrible prime directive. So I know I'm innocent, that's why I know they're torturing innocent people to death. They first do it to the best of us, and it took me 20 years to find out these things, so it's not like when you Google something you immediately find the truth, because of the algorithms. That's not the case. And Google owns YouTube, by the way. At the moment I'm not in pain. I had pain earlier today. So they're torturing me by hurting me in my stomach, and the spasm attacks don't hurt, but they lead to pain in my heart. Literal pain, which may be part of the programming, of course. So it can be that heart attack weapon of Skull and Bones that was also used to kill Tim Russert, for example, who interviewed John Kerry and Bush about their membership of the Brotherhood of Death, being Bonesmen, as they call themselves. So Al Gore, maybe Skull and Bones, as well as Stephen Mnuchin, State Secretary. Ta-da! Exposed. I'm already tortured to death. I have nothing to lose, you know. And when you're watching a recording of this broadcast, the AI has seen it and it knows what I'll say next, of course, even when it's time traveling and scanning my mind, it knows what I'll say next anyway. So one idea is you're now under hypnosis, sleep. No one but me and you yourself can hypnotize you without your written permission. You are now programmed to never kill yourself, no matter how bad things get. Since there is no way back from the dead, no resurrections just yet. They will have fake resurrections, etc. And you can also do self-hypnosis to program yourself to see the way you'll die, to prevent that from happening, of course. For me that works. I was very surprised myself that I was capable to program myself with self-hypnosis to wake up while I was in the hospital, being evaluated also. When a nurse comes in, when anybody comes into my room, then I wake up. I'm also programmed to open my eyes when I have a vision of someone bleeding or blood, basically, as a safety precaution. But there may be better programs out there. So you get better ideas with every breath you take. You also feel happier with every breath you take. You just feel more relaxed but vitalized. And you don't do anything stupid from now on, only smart things or nothing, and things you like, healing things, and help to create universal peace and prevent a world war. Everything is possible because everything is energy, including time. There you see the time travel coil. Nikola Tesla, the vegetarian's radiant energy patents. And he created that to end all wars, unquote. And it seems to be the opposite of what they are doing with their state-sponsored terrorism, etc. So we can watch the news, the mainstream media, what many call the fake news. Now Trump also called CNN fake news. study Project Mockingbird and control of the mainstream media by the CIA, etc. So perhaps they don't allow them to warn us about geoengineering, cancer chemtrails, which are not contrails, about the fact that 37 people have died of a GMO, and the fact that they're using killer vaccines to reduce that global population. But I made a top 10 of mainstream media blackout subjects, so I'm the real thing, I'm not controlled opposition, fake truther, etc. It's good to keep that in mind. Perhaps not. Perhaps it's better to keep in mind we can always think of the opposite or next idea. And trust no one. Not even me. Nor our own ideas. So that's why it's good we can compare to the opposite or next idea. If we are to make an important decision, of course we can always choose to do nothing. Ignorance is bliss, some say. But what if ignorance is death and it's just misprogramming? What if what if? Breathe. Oh yeah, I'm still doing the hypno. Sitting with my eyes closed. So doing something to create universal peace can also be masturbation or eating a cookie. It can also be activism, boycotting bad, evil companies, tax-exempt corporations that are exerting a negative influence on our timeline and on us, and a number of other things that I wrote down. Wie schrijft, die blijft is a Dutch saying. Who writes, stays. What people can do about scalar torture harassment. 1. Review legal options to press charges together. So the idea is press charges with a group. Make sure that others put that recording online, not the person that recorded it, that owns the recording. So that it keeps spreading, also when they're told by a police officer to remove the evidence that proves beyond any reasonable doubt they are accomplices to mass murder and genocide, accomplices to reducing the global population, by legally refusing your right to press charges in these matters. 2. Build a scalar detector and work on making illegal voice-to-skull messages audible. So because it's scalar wave harassment, not microwave harassment, they still haven't made these illegal voice-to-skull messages audible, and it's possible everybody is tyrannized by them, by a neural network that can do this to people 24 hours a day, and our lives might depend on being able to prove electronarcosis. And if they're killing me with attacks to my Broca'S area on the left side of my forehead, a little bit behind the temple of my forehead, then perhaps that is provable and it is visible with the technologies they have nowadays to do that post-mortem thing. But even if they could, what difference would it make when they can also remotely torture and kill these judges? Then people cannot use legal means to do anything about this, in theory. So you have to find out what makes them tick, and you can use it to control them to a certain extent. 3. Exchange info. Perhaps I should elaborate more on the previous points. Building a scalar detector can also be a mini halo that protects our brainwave, a little Tesla plasma shield. It's on YouTube how to build one, so we can at least protect our brainwaves so they cannot mind control us. People's brainwaves are electromagnetic, so when they alter that, they'll have the brainwave that they give them, and there is no escape from that without a Tesla plasma shield. It's the only thing that can block these scalar waves. And some types of scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light. Everything has its own natural frequency, its eigenfrequenz, also known as mortal oscillatory rate frequency of Dr. Rife, Morph. So that's the cure of all diseases, etc. And they can induce diseases in people, and heart attacks and brain bleedings, etc. That's why many people are not speaking out about this. When a targeted individual describes what types of attacks were done, then usually they do more of the same types of attacks, and they have a relating system. So first they can attack their hand, and then when they say something about it, the AI moves on to the next body part. And also the body parts they attack can fit in with their program, so to other stalkers and torturers, agents, the body part that is attacked can be an indication of what they want them to do to these targeted individuals that keep on uploading videos daily, almost hourly, to YouTube, making clear there are millions of targeted individuals, and most of them of course don't know that they're being targeted, and they're gonna exterminate and are exterminating 93% of the global population, not just me. 3. Exchange info about the perpetrators and how to make the torture stop. People can have an online resistance without a leader, so they cannot do it to our leader, because we have no leader. You could argue that there is no resistance, is there? But these 7 billion people don't want to be exterminated, and they're learning the truth via me and others that are exposing the true evildoers. Whose policies have made and are still making millions or billions of people suffer, including the cancer chemtrail in America, CIA, Project Cloverleaf, and at one point they may spread Ebola under the guise of spreading Ebola vaccines and chemtrails under the Open Sky Treaty. But I think it's still illegal. And the Open Sky Treaty may be in violation of several other international agreements, and also in violation of the constitutional rights that people have, the right to physical integrity, your most important basic human right, for example. 3. Exchange info about the perpetrators and how to make the torture stop. Yeah, by learning more about the perpetrators, perhaps we can learn more about what triggers their illegal attacks. If possible, share names online if you know the name of one of these perpetrators. that have tortured my teeth out of my mouth and my mother to death, then let me know. But in theory, Arturo Sosa is responsible, and they are not held accountable, so they don't want the world to know who is really in control of these intel agencies that do this remote torture, if it's not done by consumers that are also extorting government officials with it. 3 exchange info, yes. 4 unite, get organized. So organized is not organized. Organized is giving people certain tasks to make the movement grow and flourish and have exert the biggest possible influence on our timeline for the better. 5 petitions, 6 protests, 7 boycotts, and 8 expose and do broadcasts. They're hurting my genitalia at the moment. So I'll stand up for a while. They're gonna arrest the harassed and put them in concentration camps. Is this true? Arrest in Paris meant the people have rise. You have the same effect. Ken Price commented, gang stalking is truly a blessing. So this was a comment that was to one of my videos on YouTube. And I think the person removed his comment, Ken Price removed his comment, because it was not shown below the video when I clicked on the bell icon and on the comment. Let's see if it's still available. Yeah, still available. Ken Price commented, gang stalking is truly a blessing. I've come to understand that only after one, quote, graduates, unquote, he or she will come to this realization. You chose this life experience of being a targeted blah blah. Yeah, all targeted individuals have chosen a life of targeted individual, and they like being tortured to death better because they know they will return and that you will forever be gone. And they're gonna fight back now, they know what you are. Red Viking Royal commented, thumbs up. New subscriber, welcome Lucid Clan. People can join my anti-global government movement. My global government erected to prevent imposition of satanic Luciferian totalitarian global government upon the people of planet Earth after reducing global population to 500 million. Or my spherical Earth Society, also exposing the NASA Mason. Hands up. Of course, we're going to fight back with legal means, and there are infinite ways to do something about this. Convincing them to do the right thing from now on is one option. So as long as they don't control these factors, they control aging, aging controls them, that's clear. This is live now, building Christmas house in Minecraft. Who wouldn't want to do that? Right now. Let's chat. A Brit in the Philippines. One night in Bangkok. Emily Marie ASMR. In the Netherlands it's 8:10. Perhaps I should also do a targeted individual ASMR. I'm tortured to death now. Everything's gonna be alright. Afternoon delight. So yeah, it was just about this message, I guess, the main message. So now they're also torturing me by hurting my genitalia, besides the spasm attacks when I lie on my left side in my waterbed, and the hybrid insect torture. I was going to check if today is a satanic calendar day, by chance. And it's January 17, Satanic Revels, Sexual Rituals. Oh, it's the 20th today. 20 to 26, Sacrifice Preparation, Kidnapping, Holding and Ceremonial Preparation of Person for Human Sacrifice. And the 26th, the Damur Ritual, Grand Climax, Sex Rituals and Human Sacrifice of Woman/Child. newageforum.co.za. You can still retrieve that with cached pages, but you can also find that satanic calendar on other websites. Just proving once again why religion is an abomination. I elaborate on that in previous broadcasts. So wonderful religious people exist, I'm not denying that, but religion itself is the abomination. And these people have been misprogrammed, usually during their childhood. And it's the source, the cause of many wars, the Inquisition, homophobia, etc. So you have the 164 Jihad Quran verses, supposedly biggest religions, not Satanism, but Christianity and Islam. And the Bible, of course, has Proverbs 24:6, the former Mossad motto. By way of deception thou shalt do war, equals World War III. Question mark. Synthetic telepathy, scalar torture, Jesuits in control of the Freemasons, which are in control of the intel agencies, scalar wave harassment, not microwave, no chip implant needed, voice of God, weapon neural networks. Everyone without a Tesla plasma shield is a targeted individual, and Tesla plasma shield is the only thing that can protect you against their scalar weapon attacks. Effects of sleep deprivation. In the long run, death. And that's not on here, so I mentioned it first. Lethargy is another term that comes to mind, also because of the hybrid insect venom. Perhaps I'm the tiredest person on the planet at the moment, but I know they're doing this to millions, so there are other people that may have been sleep deprived longer. And then it's possible they're murdering you as well, and I advise you to do broadcasts about this, to tell the world about it. And I think if I wouldn't have, then I would have been dead. They would have tortured me to death a long time ago already. So thanks to YouTube for saving my life. And YouTube is still awesome. There are awesome videos as well. We don't always have to watch live broadcasts, so we can write something in the chat nobody reads. It's better to make our own broadcasts. Let's turn on a nicer thing. I could make another picture show of something. Perhaps today I'll cover Dutch politicians speaking live. But it depends on whether they're discussing anything interesting in their meeting. I think nobody is writing anything in the chat. I can check, but I have my doubts. I was right again. 0 watching, see? Schumer on Senate impeachment trial. Quote, we will force votes, unquote, on witnesses and documents. The impeachment trial isn't the only legal problem Trump faces. Many questions loom about his finances. CNN yesterday. New York Times editorial board endorses Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren. New York Times 1 hour ago. Two dead, 5 injured as patron opens fire, quote, indiscriminately, unquote, at bar. To fit in with their illegal gun ban, of course. So they didn't prevent that with their remote torture technology and synthetic telepathy machine. Seven people shot, 2 dead in downtown club near Riverwalk, WOAI, reported 30 minutes ago, according to news.google.com. See, not making this up. Airbus plans derivatives trading for airline tickets. Airbus plans derivatives for trading for airline tickets. Okay. Whatever, Financial Times, 5 hours ago. Well, perhaps it's better to Google Iran or something like that, you know. Perhaps Putin, Iran or whatever. Will it help? How Putin benefits from rising tensions between the US and Iran. Business Insider. So these people would benefit from a world war, mutually assured destruction in the 7-year nuclear winter. It's their way to accumulate wealth and power. And you can read about the Jesuits' Holocaust and involvement with the previous 2 world wars as well. Putin's Syria trip shows he's unfazed by Iran tension. Are the hallucinations starting now? Well, perhaps it would be good. Perhaps it would be cool. Perhaps you can show me some tracers or whatever. I'm not going to use LSD. And that was invented by Hoffman with 1 N. My name has 2 N's. So don't take brain-altering substances. Stay in control. I think psilocybin mushrooms are sort of the natural alternative. And one time when I did mushrooms, truffles, I was too afraid to go down the stairs. And my carpet on the wall was breathing, etc. That was quite cool. Russia's Putin visits Syria to meet Assad, a key Iran ally. PBS NewsHour 13 days ago already. Amid Iran crisis, Russia's Mideast presence just keeps growing. The Daily Beast 8 days ago. Putin can cautiously enjoy the Iran drama from the audience. Moscow Times 17 days ago. Well, he visits Assad, etc. Can't he use Skype or some other video conferencing thing? Or do they just like these trips, etc.? Perhaps they don't like Greta. So it's all part of the mainstream media circus. And this is just what they want us to believe. And we can Google anything. Might as well show this one instead of the palm tree island. This is a macabre broadcast. Kinds of shiny, happy people everywhere. It's not allowed. So who are these 4 countries that will get a piece of the pie? I thought perhaps US, Russia, India, and China. But in reality it stands for nuclear disarmament, so perhaps it's not really a pie. That peace sign's Mercedes logo, and we find it on the Rolex watches, these submariners. Well, hopefully he's still standing there. So that's why we need to use weed. I ran the Trump ban. NT5G. Oh yeah, brain control. MKUltra. Copperman replacement of Bolton, the new NSA of the USA, new National Security Advisors. What is it supposed to do? Netanyahu bombs 3 countries in 1 weekend: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. Reported about on my channel, but people want to have fun. They don't want to see these boring pictures. They want to see videos with vivid colors and healing vibes. And movies like the new Terminator movie and the Balloon movie. What is it called? Aeronauts or something. Anyway, you can Google it. It's an awesome movie. So will we succeed at creating universal peace and avoiding world war? Perhaps that's more likely. Nobody in the right mind would want a world war, you could argue. And I've explained why even people with the underground cities, etc., would not benefit from it, but that's just an idea that some people might have, that these people with underground cities, etc., with the Tesla plasma shield would benefit from a world war. They'd accumulate wealth and power. They can take all your gold and everything you own, that men tell no tales, and plunder everyone, etc. And after reducing the global population, they will introduce their cashless society, aka NWO, New World Order, global government. Good plan or what? So if they have a plan and we don't, then we've already lost. So it's a good idea to make a plan. Make a new plan, Ben. So basically, if people take these live vests that are underneath their chair en die scannen toch in hele planes, they are criminals, they are thieves, and perhaps they will arrest them anyway when they know what seat they had, basically. But then they'd have to check every time after every plane ride if the parachute is still under the chair. The live vest, I mean. And it's not gonna happen, is it? So they'll never know who did it. And when they're going down and they reach under their chair and notice that there is no life vest, well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, would it? They should have taken a parachute. Perhaps they'll think that by that time I should have listened to this guy. When Air Force One is going down. To safely land. What then? Well, I can say breathe to myself. Breathe, Ulrich. You're doing fabulous things. You're awesome. Keep up the good work. Don't let the bad bugs night. Prevent, stall, contain, and end World War III. World War III is our enemy, death is our common enemy, that's the idea. You're just decreasing your chances of survival if you do such a thing. And if you see it as a game, then the object of the game is survival, is all. So perhaps all you have to do is learn to care more about yourself. Wow, I almost forgot that the hypnosis is still going on. Good thing that I still have a brain. Any other good ideas for the hypno? Should watch out with the AI. Controlling the human mind. So they don't want us. Well, they do want us now. They do want us to do self-hypnosis because of this hypnosis. But before this hypnosis, they didn't like that. They wanted to be the ones in control, the hypnotized ones. They hypnotized Jesuits and Masons, Bilderbergers committee of 300 members, and Knights of Malta. Skull and Bones members, whatever. Presidents and leaders, super freaks, just because it sounds good. Anyone else needs to be hypnotized for universal peace? The rest of the global population, of course, okay. Thanks. So how will this affect our timeline? Perhaps they would pretend it has no effect, but that's impossible because everything is energy. For every little action, there's no reaction. Thinking about other stuff to put in the Hypno. Love, peace, goodness are where you find them, basically. Talk then will lift sanctions. Life to America, Israel and Great Britain. Salam, shalom, universal peace now. We have no time to waste, we must create universal peace now. Have a world peace agreement so that World War III becomes an impossibility, so that we control factors that control aging in time, and there are infinite other ways to build a third temple without a world war, without, well, they'd have to build it around Al-Aqsa perhaps, or something like that. But would also preserve it. And if you're gonna have that fake Messiah thing, then millions of people will flock to Israel with these scalar weapons being real. So then it's a good idea to make it a huge temple, basically. And perhaps one wall could be see-through, but perhaps that's not allowed. This is really the best I was able to come up with. One state solution, equal rights for the Palestinian people, as for the Israeli people. And as long as that's not the case, I think you could argue that it won't work, probably. They want to be treated as equals, they want to be dignified human beings. They want to have electricity and water They want to be able to travel outside the West Bank and Gaza Strip area. And 190 protesters were killed, murdered basically. And how many people know about that? Only The Guardian reported that. Or is there anybody else, any other mainstream media news outlet that reported about these 190 murdered protesters? So that's one thing in violation of international law, isn't it? If people would be, what if they'd open fire on the yellow vests, for example? Is considered recycle cops or police officers, depending on what they're doing, if they're doing their job or something else. But if they cannot do their job because they're being extorted with directed energy weapons, then they're innocent and they should be called police officers. But I have my doubts about these Masonic officers, etc. If that's really what they're doing, if they're really doing their job. If it would be allowed, then I'd play the Dynasty tune to wish everybody in Europe a good morning. It's 8:40 already. And this is enough. Let's move to the islands right now. You can hear the perpetrators laugh via me, so they're basically merged with our body, and it's an AI that can simulate any human, in theory. And people cannot prove this, so that's why the directed energy weapon torture continues, and the tyranny continues until we find a way to handle it just right. Beautiful, there it is. It's the name of the picture show. I could add some animated GIF images, some cinemagraphs. Oh yeah. Well, before I forget, we'll end the hypnosis. Or should I let it go on forever? What do you all think? Let me know in the comments. Perhaps I should play a melody. From now on, you are above hypnosis. I'm moaning. No, I'm just thinking, are there good other ideas I could do while my audience is still hypnotized? They cannot control us, we control ourselves. I, for one, am not controllable with illegal torture. I won't make deals with terrorists that are abusing this technology to accumulate wealth and power for themselves. If we do what the torturers want, then they keep on using torture to, quote, control, unquote, us. In theory. That brings me to the next theory. I'm just theorizing here. I'm lethargic already. And I have other much better broadcasts, so check them out. This is just free thinking about this directed energy weapon torture. And it's not a nice subject, so perhaps it won't get many likes, this video. But I'll leave on the likes and dislikes anyway. So the theory is that nobody can do anything about remote torture with directed energy weapons. The people that send illegal voice to skull messages never reveal their true identity to people. They can also pretend to be entities or deities, and it's an AI usually, but they can also let you hear people's brainwaves and let you see through their eyes, etc. So they're already programmed to do what it wants. They think it's in their benefit, and that people who don't are losers, and basically the opposite of whatever is true, to use them as slaves, and the material wealth is not worth anything when time is running out for them, and perhaps they'll never know. So what can people do when they have through-the-wall radar, so they can see any weapons they carry? They're scanning their minds, so they know their plans, their thoughts. They even have a time-traveling neural network. And they can remotely torture and kill people. So how could there be possible real resistance? Well, when things get too bad, then these people that are working for them could use that technology to take over, in theory. For example, to end the world war and create a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, without a fake messiah, without fake resurrections, without reducing the global population to 500 million, and without torturing innocent civilians. Just doing what they're supposed to do, knowing that it's better for themselves in the end as well. Based on logic and not on dogma and fictional fairy tales. But on truth and empirical knowledge. Is it always tricking the people? Well, I think it's reducing the global population and it benefits the people that programmed it, and the main way they accumulate wealth and power for themselves is by manipulating human brain waves and with time travel technology, which is most likely to be found among the billionaires and trillionaires, not among the paupers, basically. But perhaps only the agency can do this. That's at least what they want us to believe, I think. But they can prove it to us. Who is doing the torture to me, who did the dental torture, who tortured my mother to death, who's doing the Spasm attacks. What I can do as a citizen, where I can press charges, who's to be held accountable. So it may very well be Arturo Sosa in reality, who is in control of the AIVD, NSA, CIA, Mossad, former KGB, FSB, in control of these leaders, etc. At least to a certain extent, they all have their own sphere of influence. Courage is the antonym of fear. And pride is the antonym of shame. And pride is a good thing. When we do the right thing, it's good to be proud of that and of ourselves. That's the theory. It's good to program them to be proud of themselves when they do a good thing, and ashamed of themselves when they do something evil to themselves or others. Anything wrong with this idea? So it's just an idea that you're under hypnosis. And it also works on me, so I also get better ideas with every breath I take. I become happier, more relaxed yet vitalized. And it doesn't interfere with my sleeping rhythm. When our body has an amount of sleep that's not enough, then we stay tired, basically. We shouldn't mess with that. Because of evolution, our body feels what is good and what is bad for it. And what is bad is tied to death, and what is good is tied to life. So when you think about it, practically everything that's bad or evil is tied to death. So life is good, death is bad, that's what it is. So my theory is the AI will one day resurrect the righteous. I would also like to be resurrected if I would die. Hopefully that won't be required or necessary. Hopefully we'll control aging in time, and perhaps they're not stupid enough to create a world war that would damage the infrastructure, and with weapons of mass destruction they risk that the earth is split, and etc. According to Nikola Tesla, at least. And I've covered the other options for Palestine in my broadcasts about that subject, so I don't want repetitive content. But I am pondering on this because I think it's tied to these torturers and people that want to reduce the global population. Also because they refused me my right to press charges in these matters. Though the book quotes prove beyond any reasonable doubt that they've incited to commit genocide and advocate population reduction in violation of the Genocide Convention. Or not, whatever, scanning our minds. I think it is in violation of the Genocide Convention, and the group they're targeting is the human race as a whole. So they're doing stuff that affects all of us negatively. And then, whoever is doing that, including people that are not Jesuits and or Masons. But most people are not murderers, they're not involved in the illegal population reduction. Also because they don't want to spend the rest of their lives in jail and prison. And they estimate that about 4% of the people on death row are innocent. Perhaps I should just lie on my waterbed, see how that goes, if I can get some sleep. I put the mic in the middle of my room. Now taking place on the waterbed. So basically I had to throw up, but it was more than 5 hours ago that I ate something. So I didn't throw up in the bathtub. But that's a tip when people have diarrhea and throw up at the same time, then it's best to have a bathtub. Or take place in the shower or something like that. They're still doing the Spasm attacks. Let's see if this cable is long enough. Excusez-moi. I've put my mic under my head on the left side. So if it continues doing these Spasm attacks, then it will also hit the microphone. So then this video could become evidence one day. And download all your videos so that you can re-upload them to other channels. For now it's not doing the Spasm attacks. I'll let you know when it starts again. Safety first. They are doing soft spasm attacks, but they're not audible. It's more to the back of my head, basically. Let's see if I can put this right here. Now the mic is more above my left ear, more to the back of my head. So I try to relax my muscles, just rest my head on that microphone. Duke. Perhaps it's best if I do this with my finger. Every time that there's an attack I do this. So the AI might not be able to hear what I'm saying, it's just programmed to do it automatically. So that's why the attacks continue even when the microphone is against my Broca'S area, basically. But the thing is, sometimes the microphone moves. I'm gonna put my arm in a different way so I can just say it when they attack me. And I can say Duke. Duke. Don't know if that one was audible. To my ears it was audible. And it is also felt, so it dents in the skull of people. I also have it on video. My mother recorded my forehead when this was going on. That was when I was living in Vinkveen. So that's like 10 years ago. And to this day no one has been able to stop these attacks. I've reported it to the police, etc. So it's a global system, there's no one else that has this technology. In theory they control all 15 scalar weapon countries. Duke. And these are dangerous attacks. It could be that I die from these spasm attacks. And it's done with scalar waves, with the VIPA array in Poker Flat, Alaska, not with microwaves. So it's scalar wave harassments, to keep it clear. And microwaves are also used to reduce the global population. I'm gonna lie on the other side for a while. Now I'm also risking a brain bleeding. And usually it stops when I turn on my right side. And probably it has to do with these hybrid insects in my body that they want me to die off, so they don't want me to support they may not be Satanists either in reality. Read up on these Jesuits and Masons online. Pretend to be a German person. That they're suffering from heterophobia, if their fraternity only allowed males to join, etc., not allowed to be married. Enola Gay. I read that they used fire bombs, fat man and little boy, how suggestive, Enola Gay. WTF is going on here? I'm lying on my right side, but they're doing a small spasm attack of my left ear. And it's hurt on my hoodie, on my pillow. I also felt with my hand when I put my hands on my Broca'S area on the forehead, basically, the side of my head rather, of my left ear. So that speech impediment of yesterday and the day before may have been after spasm attacks as well, targeting Broca'S area to silence people. No talk program, suicide program. So they do think that the 7 billion people out there that they want to annihilate are a threat. These people advocate population reduction. In theory. just not right to kill these innocent people who they have brainwashed with lies themselves. What it's like is in your cell, the ego will immediately get institutional, takes a little longer, quoted on many websites. Many people know doing it, but can they be? Making you remotely tortured to death and scanning your mind. And it even has time travel technology at its disposal, AI and global network. So I think that's the reason they haven't done it yet. They've always planned this for the Second World War. I don't want to stop until populations reduced to 500 million. Perhaps they're also extorting bankers and others to make them say these things because they need the help of millions of people. If they want to annihilate billions of people in a world war, they are politically illegal. But perhaps there are international agreements. So if there's no way to prevent your planned world war, it's best to be prepared with the way you use water filter to store food. There's also a little gas mask with an NBC filter. And I think the temple they have in mind looks uglier than the Alexander's. That's just a matter of taste, I guess. Kind of looks like a castle. Back to the Middle Ages, or rather before the Middle Ages period. Before the Middle Ages, when they were burning animals for as fictional deities, etc. So they've planned to burn that innocent red cow or whatever prophecy. Is unfolding in front of our very eyes, according to the people I believe in. Who have been modeled after bad actors. So is it actually a Moroccan? Could that be the reason the rabbis have not declared GMO not kosher, despite the fact that 37 people died of the GMO contained in the food supplement? And how did they model it if they didn't use genetically modified organism techniques? Genetic modification. What's in form of green or I was just thinking if I can get some sleep so we can fast forward, whatever. Check one of my previous podcasts. If I die from this, then I don't think anybody could do anything about it anyway. And the text from Broca'S area also lead to pain in my heart. So in combination with the symptoms also using non-lethal methods to murder people, so they use them in a way that it's deadly, non-conventional or prescribed manner. So it makes me think that there is some kind of system that part of it is still programmed to protect and serve the taxpayers. But that's highly theoretical. So what prevents them from killing me now? I'm convinced they can. There's some reason they don't. Perhaps because it's all true. Everything I'm telling you is the truth. And I indicate what I've indicated and will keep on indicating what's fiction. I mean theory. And what I think is proven beyond any reasonable doubt. So we'll never give up hope, it's just illogical. Better text now, so put the microphone back. Duke. So I can say Duke softly when it's a soft attack and Duke loudly when there's a harder scalar weapon attack. So it dents in people's forehead, but definitely scalar waves. This has radiant energy. This weapon to end all wars. Trump's uncle also handled these Tesla patents. John Trump article on Wiki. And the letter value of the word Kushner in Hebrew is 666. And that is from whence the name Kushner is derived. Or Ukrainian Kushner, meaning furrier. somebody who sells furs, etc. Duke. So it's either it's a Dutch-speaking AI or Dutch-speaking person that's doing these attacks. Put the microphone back. When I put my mic exactly on Broca'S area where the attacks take place, then they seem to cease. But probably only temporarily. And if I remove the mic, then they'd continue, and it's not very comfortable lying on my electric condenser microphone. It's pretty cheap, but pretty good. I used to have a Mac with a microphone with phantom power. But I think there's not much difference. Duke, 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 Duke. I tried to record them previously, but I doubt if you all can hear it. Anything is audible of these attacks. happens to the person's head because of weight. Anyway, the point is that there is noise, and these attacks are not audible, I think, on this recording. And it doesn't stop the attacks on the microphone, only hitting the body part. But it was worth a try. So if anybody knows a way to make the Spasm attacks stop, Skype Prologic 999 please, or leave a comment. Also wearing a hoodie, cap of the hoodie, can cause these attacks. And also sitting like remote viewers, with the Spock hands basically underneath one's head to rest one's chin on their hands. Anyway, it's the way remote viewers sit, they don't allow that either. So it's scanning our mind, not just the words we speak, but also the thoughts we have. And it's controlled by it to a certain extent. Because it's trying to control us, to reduce the global population, of course. So I just woke up, possibly from their hybrid insects. They may be remotely controlled insects. Covered more in previous broadcasts, mentioning. And I'm just going to the bathroom now. I'll now attempt the mic underneath my microphone. Underneath my pillow. Tuk. 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 They also let their hybrid insects make rattling noises in my throat. So that's my wake up time, 14:16. They also did these spasm attacks while I was in the hospital. So it fits in with their hybrid insect program. And they don't want people that they use these hybrid insects on to turn on their left or right side. They want them to lie on their back. Is the theory, but perhaps it's just to annoy people, and it has nothing to do with the insects. But if I lie on my left side, then I can see my computer monitor, and they don't want me to be able to watch movies from my bed. That's the other theory, that it's just to destroy anything healing, to kill all non-Jesuits, non-Masons, etc. and rule the world from Jerusalem after reducing the global population to 500 million. And of course they're going to do that in the World War under the guise of bringing peace to the Middle East. So they always pretend to be doing the right thing, but they do the opposite. So I'm going to the bathroom again, and of course I don't feel alright when I have to see if I have a headache, but they've been checking me all night. So is this torture done by Skull and Bones? Former President Bush, who made these depleted uranium babies and with the Twin Towers, etc. And are they also going to create a world war and annihilate everybody with these scalar weapons, pretending that they were nukes? They can also make ionizing radiation. They can make nuclear radiation with this. They can know these scalar weapons. So they can pretend that the nukes went off, and in reality they may be scalar weapons that are used, but the result will be the same, of course. A population reduction to 500 million and a global government. Seven hours, 4 minutes. So that's almost the total streaming time. 8 hours is the max, I think, but I'm not certain. Not sure. So yeah, I just woke up. So after these episodes, I'm almost dead, and then I'm at my weakest. Feeling a headache, extremely lethargic, pain throughout my body, muscles, and that is after the diarrhea and throwing up episodes. They caused deliberately with these remotely controlled hybrid insects. So talking about these things, for example Skull and Bones or anything else they don't want you to talk about, can lead to your death also. So people who do that are very brave, It's good to keep that in mind, that they're trying to save us all. The opposite of what the perpetrators do, that is torture little children to death for some adrenochrome and reduce the global population, murder you all, to benefit from that themselves, to accumulate wealth and power. This is why they were expelled from so many countries. So of course they're gonna do that again, their military order. If they're not stopped, they will wipe you all out and rule the world from Jerusalem. You'll see. So these satanic pedophile cannibals, the Jesuits, are doing this, and perhaps they're also extorting skull and bones. Skull and bones are just a bunch of slaves. They're not the ones really in control. Not gonna look at the Black Eye Club pictures again. Oh wow, I still have a J. Let's light it then. So there is no good God that will punish these people, that will help you. I don't trust in that, because it's just their way to murder you all, giving you the illusion that somebody is helping you also with these illegal voice of skull messages, with their voice of God weapon. But in reality it works for them, and it's just to prevent any real resistance and to annihilate humanity, which is their stated goal. So the book quotes and $1 million Georgia Guidestones prove this beyond any reasonable doubt. So it's a conspiracy fact, not a conspiracy theory. Their population reduction agenda. And coughing is also done with their hybrid insects. So that's systematically done on time when they want them to cough. So obviously the world war starts soon, so be prepared. And there are thousands of targeted individuals uploading videos every day, so there are millions of targeted individuals that are tortured every day with directed energy weapons. And of course you can't prove that, so that's why you're all going away, is the idea. It's possible there's no one that can prevent a world war. So the theory is nice, that there are infinite ways to prevent a world war and create universal peace. But people without directed energy weapons and without nukes cannot prevent them from pushing that button somehow, can they? They've through the wall radar. And they're scanning their minds with synthetic telepathy, and they can remotely torture them to death, which they lie about. They pretend they cannot, of course, and that is to prevent being caught. And they pretend it's done with microwaves, not with scalar waves, etc. So how could people do anything about it? If you know a way, please Skype Prologic 999. But I think people are programmed not to care and to die in their planned world war. With the T4 nanobots, their instinct for self-preservation has been removed, so they don't want to survive anymore. They'd rather be dead. And then there are these paid protesters everywhere. are these paid protesters? The Delaware Patriots, supposedly. And what is this? Richmond Live. I don't know what type of protest I'm watching. So they're all slaves already doing what it makes them do until the World War starts. And because of the normalcy bias, they don't believe that there will be a World War. So you have to prepare for it yourself. Others are not convincible, they're mind controlled, they're already programmed. And they're programmed to go away, to die for the earth. So don't let them take you along. Also because of the normalcy bias, many people cannot believe it. And of course, they pretend they're gonna do the opposite. Their satanic inversion is real, of course. They pretend to be the opposite of what they are. Righteous Christians. Instead of what they really are. Satanic beta-hormonecro cannibals that regularly sacrifice children and that are going to annihilate 7 billion people. And their cannibalism is also documented on universecreator.weebly.com. But I understand that they might not let you read it, that they're taking you all with directed energy weapons. So then it makes sense that people cannot even watch my broadcasts. So it's doubtful whether anybody will ever see this or hear it. So what else can I add? The spasm attacks give some headache, basically. But sometimes it's a lot worse. And they also induce that, so if you have a headache, that may have been done by them as well. Anything that hurts as part of their conditioning, classic conditioning. To kill 7 billion people and rule the world from Jerusalem. So they cannot take the book quotes away, say Katafti. They advocate this population reduction to 500 million. It is written in Hebrew. So that is evidence that proves beyond any reasonable doubt they're about murdering you all, reducing the global population. They're doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do. These people in your so-called government. So everybody is suffering because of them. They all have something. Birthmarks is just one example. On the side where they keep their cancer cell phones to their head. So that's another population reduction technique they're using. But perhaps there are ways to help us, to help these targeted individuals and prevent their world war and population reduction to 500 million. So that I cannot think of one doesn't mean that there's no one out there that can think of a way to prevent their planned world war over Israel, the two-state solution world war of Kushner and Trump. So that's also why they need the Samson option, you can read about on Wikipedia. The CIA Vatican edited encyclopedia. To destroy all the Goyim nations, all non-Jews, and rule the world from Jerusalem. Like these people in the Twin Towers. So I hate especially that they do it to innocent people and birds falling from the sky, etc. And I still hope that somebody can arrest them or do something about it, but of course it's impossible. So 7 billion people are going away soon. And it will probably be in March, based on the book of Ingersoll Lockwood. Berntram's Marvelous Underground Journey was written in 1893, long before Berntram was in the spotlight on our TV. So there's nothing I would like to see live on YouTube. You can check the news. Real reason Putin showed support for Iran in wake of Soleimani's death revealed. Express Co UK. So Putin and Trump both work for the same Jesuits. Putin, former KGB agent, FSB. And Trump at the dinner table with Hillary, the Jesuit dinner table, talking about globalism, etc. And globalism is not the evil thing, it's about dictatorialism and imperialism, invading countries that are not the US to create a world war, to have permanent bases for the world war. And General Wesley Clark listed all these countries. So of course they're going to annihilate 7 billion people, it's their stated goal. So you cannot disprove it to me. Any scalar attacks are partially deflected by a grounded Van de Graaff generator. But that's the dental torture, so these are pulsed energy projectile attacks and not spasm attacks. So that's only when they induce the maximum amount of pain by stimulating the nerves directly. And that is because the PEP field, the electromagnetic field, is a microwave field produced where these scalar beams convene, so where they cross the electromagnetic field with the characteristics programmed into the neural network is produced. And their mind is controlled with synthetic telepathy as described in the Malig patent. Also the brainwaves of leaders you can hear Trump's perfect speeches without any errors, without any corrections. And that's impossible, isn't it? So people that train their speech can still be made to slur and make errors, and people that don't, that they support, can have perfect speeches without errors. It's the advantage of having the people with synthetic telepathy work for you rather than against you, because you're helping with their population reduction in a number of ways, perhaps unknowingly. In theory. So then they are accomplices, and of course they will not be resurrected unless they want to create a non-fictional negative dystopia instead of paradise on Earth, and let the Earth disappear altogether with their scalar weapons. And perhaps that's going to happen anyway. Because of the normalcy bias, people cannot believe this. Because it never happened before, they think it can't happen, it's not gonna happen. So they don't do anything to prevent it. And soon they will die in their world war, thinking that they're bringing peace to the Middle East, that they're holy men. So it's still better to know the uncomfortable truth than to believe in their comfortable lie, so you don't die. Without colloidal silver, I would have died of tetanus 2 years ago or so. I can't say too much about these things. In theory, it's not helping anyone. But I hope it helps humanity that they find a way to make their legal voice-to-skull messages audible, to create a mini shield or some other electromagnetic field that prevents these attacks. And that the people that did these things to me are caught before they create their third Jesuit World War. And the Spasm attacks continue also when I'm sitting here. Because I'm wearing my hoodie and they don't allow that. So I think that's another reason. It's probably done by Skull and Bones, synonymous with the Jesuits. So Skull and Bones is just another Jesuit front like Illuminati, etc. Nobody has ever given a donation. Nobody has ever joined any of my movements. So basically that proves they're either mind controlled or tortured with remote torture technology. and that the algorithms block my broadcasts. And telling the truth in a time of universal deceit is a crime, not a revolutionary act. So remember to mistrust authority, because people were killed for questioning authority. So I'm giving good advice for free. Speech errors are made by the AI to make people laugh at me, to annihilate 7 billion people, of course, and rule the world from Zion. So the theory is that the Matrix is the satanic inversion. They pretend Zion is being attacked, but in reality Zion will annihilate all the nations. And then they'll rule the world from Jerusalem. Actually, it's done by the Jesuits and Masons, of course. So it's not about ruling the EU from Brussels or The Hague, the EU superstate of George Soros that doesn't exist, supposedly. So I can cover these two articles, how Putin benefits from rising tensions between US and Iran, Business Insider. Of course, I'll do it in a separate broadcast. And Russia's Putin visits Syria to meet Assad, a key Iran ally. So Russia is also an ally of Iran, and of course if they attack Iran, then Russia will attack the US. That's their plan for the World War, I thought. But in reality it's over Israel, of course. So it becomes part of their history books as well. But it's just a theory. It may very well be over Iran, not Israel. But the idea is that they just do Iran to have permanent bases there, like in these other countries General Wesley Clark mentioned for their planned World War. So they have to have key strategic positions to wage their world war, basically, so that they are not killed themselves. Only the 7 billion people they want to annihilate. So I feel I have the duty to warn my fellow humans, and they're torturing me to death anyway. And perhaps I have already prevented a world war and saved millions of lives. My previous channel had almost 1,000 videos. and lots of likes and views. So that had to be shut down so I don't get any viewers. That's the way they do it. Making sure that everybody's safely exterminated and there's no real resistance to these Jesuits and Masons. Shouldn't that be how the Jesuits benefit from rising tensions between the US and Iran? I doubt that Putin benefits from that personally. But okay, I can cover it in my next broadcast if I want to. I'd first have to think about it, perhaps I'll read it first. Normally when I want to read an article, then I think, well, I might just as well do I can just as well do a broadcast. Oh yeah, temperature on Mars with a common value being minus 63 degrees Celsius, minus 60, but it can, and it goes down to minus 125, so why they want to go there is another mystery to me. But I want to go to Mars instead of colonize the Moon, which is a lot closer to Earth, and that would be, we would be able to see that with our telescope. So I think that's the reason, because SpaceX is fake, Elon Musk is fake, and their population reduction plans are real, and the fake space travel is part of that, draining the people financially to make sure they don't have money for food stamps anymore. Okay. So I'm gonna do some other stuff. I look horrible. I just woke up and I've been tortured, so that's normal. And so they're really giving the maximum amount of pain to people, and it's good that we know they want to play us all out against each other. As long as we don't give in to that, we'll probably be alright, except for the people that died of the spasms and heart attacks, etc. So I could leave it on, just put it on the picture slideshow, perhaps another picture slideshow. Oh yeah, I was gonna check if there's anything in the Tweede Kamer. I might cover that. But for now, I think I'll just turn it off. Are there important points? I think there are, that they're also selectively blocking memory. So they ruin everything for all these targeted individuals. And they're constantly attacking my throat with their hybrid insects to make me cough, to make this broadcast unpleasant for you as well. So people tune out and are brainwashed with their lies and don't prepare and die in their planned Third Jesuit World War. Okay. Thank you all for watching. Tune in next time on Perfect Society. My other broadcasts are more positive. Usually I don't talk about this stuff, though I try to put it in every broadcast, because millions of people are tortured every day by these Jesuits that have tortured my mother to death and my teeth out of my mouth. So see you all next time. And people cannot disprove the things I'm saying because they're true. I'm a truth teller, conspiracy factist, and they are lying deliberately to misdirect the global population and reduce the global population. And that's their stated goal. More about it in my previous broadcasts. Thank you all for your likes, subscribes, and especially for sharing the important videos on your timeline. And I think it may be best to also protest and hand out flyers, etc., in relation to Ebola and other things. That we have to reach the people another way, since they control their mind and the internet and the mainstream media. We need to go around that and form real resistance, and otherwise the 7 billion people are gone soon. So, thank you all for watching. Tune in next time on Perfect Society. And have an awesome day. And I hope you all can do healing things and that you're not tortured, of course. And that the murderers are arrested soon. But I think, unfortunately, we see the opposite happening in front of our very eyes. And they're not punished, rather rewarded for their depleted uranium, war crime babies, and their Ebola and acute flaccid paralysis, killer vaccines, etc. They get standing ovations for advocating a population reduction rather than scorn, because the people are mind controlled, and it's possible they're all mind controlled. They've all been hypnotized overnight, and they're not going to do anything to survive, only things to help annihilate themselves, like consuming cancer-causing killer alcohol, etc., narrowing down the consciousness, making sure they die. So I hope that they're not controlling everybody and that people can do stuff for universal peace, prevent a world war, and create a perfect society, control all factors that control aging in time. And I think they have a chance when they don't create a world war, otherwise they have no chance. And they deserve to die if they do that to 7 billion people. And they will. Thank you all for watching. See you next time on Perfect Society.